and spell your name.
Dacarrei, D-A-C-A-R-R-E-I, Kinard, last name K-I-N-A-R-D.
Thank you.
Yes.
Mr. Kinard, good morning.
Good morning.
As you sit here this morning, young man, how old are you?
I'm 31.
And where do you live, Mr. Kinard?
I'm living in Columbus, Ohio.
Who did you live with?
It's kind of in between homes. Me and my daughter's mom was going through a breakup, so I'm staying there in between my mother's house.
How often would you stay with your mom?
Majority of the week, that's where I was staying.
Do you have any brothers or sisters?
Yes, I have 5 brothers, 4 sisters.
And are they all full blood, or they step brothers or sisters? How does it work?
Step brothers. My mom had 4 boys. My dad had 3 girls, or 4 boys and 3 girls.
The youngest children, how old are your youngest brothers and sisters?
On my mother's side, the youngest brother is 8 years old. And my dad is 50, and he has a 3-month-old.
Okay. Are you married?
No, single, full-time father.
Do you have any children? I know you just said your father, so how many children do you have?
Yes, I have 2 children.
And what are their ages?
I have 2 daughters, a 3-year-old and a 13-year-old.
And what does the 13-year-old do? Does she live in Columbus?
Yes, she lives in Columbus. She runs track and she's into music.
Do you see her a lot?
Yes, every day.
Why is it that you see her every day?
Full-time father.
At the time this occurred back in May of 2023, were you working, Mr. Kinard?
Yes, I was working.
What were you doing, sir?
I'm a professional semi-truck driver.
How long have you been doing that?
I could say 3 years.
Did you have your CDL?
Yes, I did.
Did you do long distance? Were you local? How did that work?
Well, the winter time, because I'm not really used to driving those semis in the snow, so I would drive like local, like usually cities in around in Ohio. And when it's nicer and warmer out, I drive like regional, like states touching Ohio, Kentucky, Michigan, Pennsylvania, things like that.
Were you working for anybody in particular?
Yes, at the time of the incident, I was working with my father. He's a owner's operator. He owns his own truck and his own business.
Mr. Kinard, have you ever been convicted of an offense punishable by greater than 1 year?
Yes, 2010, I was convicted of receiving a stolen property. In 2013, I was charged with theft.
And you were convicted of the theft offense?
Yes, sir.
Let's talk about May 17th, 2023. Do you recall that day, Mr. Kinard?
Yes.
Do you remember how the day started out?
Yes, I do.
What happened that day?
It was a typical day. It was pretty nice out. Started off with me waking up around noonish, getting my day started. The plan was to travel from Columbus to Youngstown. My nephew was turning 3 and he was having a birthday party. It started around 6 o'clock. So I got dressed and headed out around 12:30, 1 o'clock-ish, and I made a few stops before I arrived.
Where was the first stop that you made that morning, May 17th?
The first stop was a church in the city called Plain City, right outside of Columbus. They had a music program, and they were offering free music lessons with the purchase of a music item. So I tried to get my daughter enrolled into some type of music lesson because it was going into the summer and she was running track, but the season was over, and I was just trying to figure out to get her into something.
As a result of stopping there, were you given a location that maybe you should go to after that?
Yes, after I left the church with the music program, he kind of referred me to another music store that was in Mansfield on the way to Youngstown, so I stopped. That was my next stop.
And you remember the name of that music store?
No, I do not.
Okay. I'm putting... I put Exhibit 30 on the overhead projector. Mr. Kinard, do you represent or recognize that individual?
Yes,
And who is that?
that's me.
And do you remember where you were at?
That's the music store in Mansfield.
And what was your reason for stopping there?
I was stopping to purchase a clarinet from there for my 13-year-old.
That day as you were traveling, and what was your route that you were taking, Mr. Kinard?
I took 71 north into, I believe the Mansfield store was off of 71 north.
And that morning as you were traveling, were you in a hurry?
Not at all.
What were you driving?
Black Chevy Camaro 2-door coupe,
What year was it?
2013.
From the pictures we've seen, it looks like it was in good condition. Do you agree with that?
Yes, I do.
What was the inside of the car like?
Very small, tight, two-seater, very to little room in the back.
What kind of engine did it have in it? Did it have a V6, a V8? Was it built up? What was it?
It's a regular model Chevy Camaro V6.
After you left the music store that morning that we saw, the picture that you went into that store, where did you go after that, Mr. Kinard?
There was a plaza right behind the music store, and they had like a plasma center. They had a food truck there, and that was my next destination. I stopped, got food, kind of hung out for a second at the food truck.
Whenever you got your food, did you just eat it in your car, or were you driving? What were you doing?
Yes, I ate it in my car.
And after you finished eating, which direction did you go, Mr. Kinard?
I continued on to the freeway, 71 north and to 76 east, I believe.
Whenever you got back on the expressway after you had your lunch or sandwich or whatever it was, do you remember about what time it was?
I believe it was 4 o'clock-ish, to my best knowledge.
Okay. And were you in a hurry?
No.
When you got on let me ask you this, the car that you have, the Camaro, the 2012-13 Camaro that you have, does it have a cruise control?
Yes, it does.
When you got back in the car and you got on 71 North, what did you do?
When I got back on, can you rephrase that?
When you got on 71 North, did you set the cruise control or what were you doing?
Yes, I definitely set the cruise control.
Why?
Just more of a comfortable drive with me, especially when I'm going out of town. Like, just more of a comfortable drive.
The drive that you were on, 71 north to 76, you had just indicated. Have you ever been on that route before?
Yes, I have, but in my truck I have.
How many times?
Multiple times.
Okay. When you got on 76, do you know which direction you would have been heading?
76 East.
And when you got on 76 East, did you have your cruise control on at that point in time?
Yes, correct.
What was the speed limit that you were running?
I had my cruise control set at 65 miles per hour.
For the most part, were you, and when you get on 76, you immediately get on 76, do you recall whether that is a 2-lane or a 3-lane?
When I merged on the 76 from 71, it was a 2-lane.
And which lane did you get in when you first got on 76?
The far right lane, the slow lane.
What was traffic like?
Traffic was, it was rush hour. It was kind of heavier than usual, but it was rush hour. It was kind of busy.
At some point in time, Mr. Kinard, while you're on 76, well, let me ask you this, let's take a step back. When you were on 71 North, did you see a blue Mazda?
No, not on 71 North.
When you were on 76 East, did there come a time when you noticed a blue Mazda?
Yes, there was.
I'm going to put on the screen what's been previously marked as State's Exhibit 6.
You can move that screen so that it's in front of you so that you don't have to strain to see it.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, if I could have Mr. Kinard step to the large screen so they can point things out.
Hello?
We can hear you.
Okay, thanks. On that Exhibit 6 that's on the screen, the direction on the far side would be west, and on the far right side would be east. So you're moving easterly as you go across the picture, okay? Where was it on May 17th, 2023, that you think, based upon your memory as you stand here today, where was it that you first noticed a blue Mazda? Hold that up
Do you
to
still have that pointer to the state?
I think it's just at the stands.
Okay.
71, I came off of 71 somewhere back here. And first time I came encounter with a blue car was like right after the curve, like up in here.
And that's when you first saw the Mazda?
Yes.
And where was the Mazda at whenever you first saw him? Hold it up to your mouth.
I ended up merging from the slow lane to the fast lane. And He was right behind me, like in this area.
And what was it about him that made you notice that he was behind you?
Yes, I seen him going in and out of traffic from left to right, speeding up, slowing down, speeding up, slowing down, flashing his lights. I seen his hands like he was mad.
Is this when he was behind you?
Yes.
Thank you, Greg. And at this time, you're in the left-hand lane?
Correct.
Was your cruise still on?
Yes, it was set at 65 still.
What did you do, and whenever you said he was flashing his lights, was he behind you?
Correct.
Was he getting close to you?
Correct.
For want of a better term, did you feel like he was tailgating you at that time?
Objection, Your Honor, leading.
Sustained.
What did you feel like he was doing as he was behind you?
He was tailgating me.
What did you do at that point in time when you saw him behind you?
It pissed me off. Sorry. It made me mad. I sped up. I took off auto control and took it up to about 71, 72 miles per hour. And he still proceeded to like swerve in and out of traffic and seemed like he was mad still.
When he was first behind you, was there a vehicle to your right?
Yes, there was.
After you sped up to 71 or 72, were you able to get into the right-hand lane or the slow lane?
Objection, leading.
Overruled, I'll let him answer.
Can you rephrase that?
Were you able to move over at any point in time into the slow lane?
No, I wasn't.
Why not?
There were cars, and I was kind of pinned in. There was cars to the right of me.
So what did you do?
I increased my speed, and I noticed like when we got right here, it had split into 3 lanes,
Mm-hmm.
and I'm still in the fast lane to the left. Before the lane can even split into 3, I see the blue car. He just appears next to me. Like I hear tire strips over the burn, or he's just driving on the burn next to me, and scared the crap out of me. I could see him screaming. It was like he was telling me to pull over, and he was angry. And he shot in front of me from the side of the road, the burn, and he just forced his way into my lane where I had to slam onto my brakes.
Once he got in front of you, Mr. Kinard, what happened?
We're in the far left fast lane. He forced his way into my lane. I kind of panicked. I didn't know what to do. He brake checked me to try to make me run into the back of him. Twice, I believe.
Well, let's take a step back. You said he went on the berm around you.
Correct.
Did he eventually get in front of your car?
Yes, he did.
Okay, and what after he was in front of your car, then what happened?
Once he forced his way in front of me, he brake checked me twice. And this is all from the fast lane, left lane.
Zach.
And remind me, what exhibit is this?
This is Exhibit 5, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Previously marked as Exhibit 5, State's Exhibit 5. Pause button. Just use the mouse. I'm not looking at that. I'm looking over here. Just use the computer. Gotcha. Okay.
Space bar. Check. Yes, I just hit space. Yes, pause it.
So, as you sat here throughout this trial, Mr. Kinard, do you recognize this video?
Yes.
And I'm going to start this video and then I'll stop it in a second. Mr. Kinard, the car in front in the red circle has been identified as the blue Mazda. The car behind has been identified as the black Camaro. Do you remember at this point in time what was going through your mind?
Yes, I do.
What was going through your mind at this point in time?
This point in time, I was scared because the blue car kept brake checking me, and I would try to get away, and it just kept pursuing me. It wouldn't let me.
About how long had this been going on at this point in time, Mr. Kinard? How long had it been since the blue Mazda was behind you, flicking the lights and things like that? Did you testify about earlier?
I could say like at least a mile.
How fast were you going?
Like right here in this moment.
During the time that you were traveling and this was going on, about how fast were you traveling? Do you remember?
When the altercation first started, I had my auto patrol set at 65, and I believe I'm going to go about 70, 71, 72 miles per hour. But I kept having to brake my speed because the blue car was, obviously slamming on his brakes, trying to get me to run to the back of him.
In this picture here, do you remember this moment or is this just a blur?
Yes, I remember this moment.
Okay. And what are you thinking?
I was mad at the time because he just wouldn't let me pass him, and he just kept on slamming on his brakes, and I was scared. I was mad.
Do you see your car moving into the left-hand lane, which would have been the fast lane?
Yes, correct.
What were you attempting to do when you moved into the left-hand lane?
I was trying to, at this moment, I was just trying to avoid the blue guy in the blue car, just trying to get away from him.
And what do you remember him doing?
I remember him cutting into my lane.
Look at. Okay. At that point in time, what are you thinking?
I was just thinking this guy's trying to harm me. He's trying to run me off the road. I was just scared.
Eventually it stops. The camera stops and you go out of view. On the video, Mr. Kinard, that we just watched, we saw in the far right-hand lane a truck pulling a white trailer. Do you remember that?
Yes, I do.
And at that point in time, as the blue Mazda in your vehicle went beyond the video, both of you were in the far left-hand lane or the fast lane. Do you remember that?
Correct. Yes.
Do you recognize the video or the exhibit 2 that's now on the screen?
This is heading east, right?
No, it would be head. It is heading east. Okay. Yes, you're correct.
Yes.
So, do you remember what happened when you were around the clover leaf?
Yes. Like coming up here, we were still in the far left lane, the fast lane. I ended up merging to the middle lane, and he ended up cutting into my lane, cutting me off, brake checking me, like to the point where I slowed down to create distance, and a little bit up here, I tried to, well, I did get in the right lane, slow lane, try to pass him up. As I'm coming up past him, he just cuts me off or try to get me with his car. He comes all the way into my lane and basically forced me off the road. And I was scared to death. I panicked. I lost control of the car. I went off the highway, and to avoid, it was like a white trailer truck. I almost slammed right into the back of him, and I could see him slowing down because I'm on a burn, and that's when I merged over in front of him back onto the highway in front of the white trailer truck.
So you would have merged into the slow lane. You would have moved left into the slow lane. Is that correct? From the
Where is
berm.
that? Yeah, from the berm, I merged from the berm into the left, the first slow lane, first to the right.
Whenever you merged into the slow lane, as you just testified, was there any vehicles in front of you that you could see, Mr. Kinard?
Yes, there was. It was the trailer, it was me, it was another car, and as I looked to my left, it was the blue Mazda. It's like I was basically pinned in.
Mr. Kinard, if you want to retake the stand. While this was happening, you have indicated that on a number of occasions you had to slam on your brakes. Do you remember that?
Correct.
When you slammed on your brakes as a result of being brake checked by the vehicle in front of you, the blue Mazda, did anything occur in your car as far as items that might have been laying around?
Yes. When I slumped on my brakes, everything in the back seat and that was under my seats just flew to the front of the car, including the firearm that was under my passenger seat, flew to the front of the car.
When you moved into the left lane in front of the truck with the trailer, when you moved from the berm into the left-hand lane, where was the blue Mazda?
The blue Mazda was to my left.
When you Did you look at the driver of the blue Mazda at that point in time?
Yeah, at the time when I looked over, it's like he was trying to match my speed, and I looked, I seen his face, I seen the beard, I seen him pointing, laughing, clapping. It's like he was enjoying what he was doing.
What happened next?
Next, I could see he was coming into my lane again. Again, he's matching my speed. Like we're like window, door to door, and I could tell he was getting closer and closer to my car. So I looked over at him, and I could see clear as day. He was pointing like a black object at me, and he was like focusing on me, and I was scared for my life. I thought he was going to harm me. I was terrified. I took cover, and when I took cover, I went down, I grabbed my firearm, and when I looked up, he was just still pointing whatever he was pointing at me, and I was scared. And I just fired. I was scared, and I didn't want him to hurt me. I'm sorry.
Do you remember how many shots you fired that day, Mr. Kinard?
I was just scared. I don't remember exactly how many shots. I was just trying to defend myself.
The firearm that you had, what kind of weapon was it?
It was a 40 caliber handgun.
Was it a semi-automatic handgun?
Yes, it was.
Did it have what's known as a clip in it?
Yes, it did.
And is the clip where the ammunition is held?
Can you rephrase that?
Is the ammunition held in the clip, and the clip is then put into the firearm?
Yes, correct.
That day, did you have to, as you were driving, how fast, whenever you moved over into the left lane, how fast were you going?
When I merged from the slow lane to the middle lane,
No, when you moved from the berm to the slow lane, how fast were you going?
I say about 70 miles per hour.
And the firearm that you described here today, the semi-automatic, did you have to load a round into the chamber, or was there already one in the chamber?
Excuse me. Yes, it was already loaded into the chamber.
And so you fired the firearm because you saw something pointed at you. Do you remember?
Objection, Your Honor, reading.
It's been testified to
He's
you.
already testified to that, but why don't you just ask the question?
Do you remember how many shots you fired?
I feel like, to me, it felt like 3. I was just so scared, and it was like an out of body experience, and just didn't feel real. I was just trying to protect myself. I don't know, it felt like 3 shots to me.
During the time of the shooting, was your car speeding up or was your car slowing down?
Can you rephrase that?
When the blue Mazda was next to you and you started firing at the blue Mazda, did your vehicle slow down at any point in time, or what happened?
Yes, as I was firing, I was slowing down because I didn't want him to run into me, or I didn't want to, I just panicked. I'm slowing down as I was shooting.
After the shots were fired, what happened? What did you see happen with the blue Mazda?
The blue Mazda, can you rephrase that?
After the shots were fired, which direction or what happened with the blue Mazda?
The blue Mazda went from the middle lane to the left lane and kind of swerved from left to right in the far left lane.
And what did you do at that point in time?
Well, before he did that, I was pinned in, like I really didn't have nowhere to go, so that kind of created an opportunity for me to get away from him. So I then went from the slow lane to the middle lane to try to get away from the blue car.
After you got away and you're heading 76 east, do you remember what the first thing was that you did? Did you get off with an exit?
Yes, I did.
Do you remember anything about that exit?
I kind of didn't know what to do, so just got off the freeway and I believe it was Barberton Road or Barberton exit or so.
Do you remember which direction you went after you got off the exit?
I remember getting off the exit, making a left, making another left, coming back 76 west, I believe.
At any point in time after or while this was occurring, did you call 911?
No.
Why not?
I'm just scared. I was kind of traumatized. I just believe I was in like a state of shock. I just didn't know what to do.
How fast were you going during this time period while you were driving, while this event was occurring? Do you remember what speed you were going to, how fast you got going up to?
At the time of,
From when this began until the time that you got off, that the shooting occurred, do you remember how fast the speeds were that you were going?
yeah, when I first came in encounter with him, I was going about 65 miles per hour, and I believe we took it up to about 70, 72, 75 maybe, the most.
When you turned around and you went back 76 west, could you see on the other side of the road what had occurred?
I tried to, but my car is so small and it sits so low, and it was like a center, I don't know what to call it, like a concrete barrier, and about a 6-foot wall I couldn't see over at all.
So what direction did you go, Mr. Kinard?
I proceeded back to Columbus, 76 west to 71 south, I believe.
Okay. During the time that this was occurring on 76 East, did you see any police cars that day?
No.
I'd like to draw your attention now to May 31st, 2023. Do you remember that day?
Yes.
What happened that day, Mr. Kinard?
I was apprehended at my mother's house and taken to the police department.
Do you remember two individuals coming to meet you?
Yes.
Okay. And do you remember who they were?
I believe her name was Detective Starling and Detective Connell.
Okay. And you met with them about 45 minutes to an hour?
Correct.
And do you remember what they wanted to talk to you about?
Yes, yes, I do.
What did they want to talk to you about?
A murder
That occurred when?
occurred on May 17th, 2023.
Do you remember what kind of information they were trying to get from you?
Yes, I do.
How was your response to their questioning?
Objection.
Overruled.
Can you repeat the question, please?
How was your response to their questioning?
When I was questioned, I was scared. I denied the situation. I talked in circles.
Objection, Your Honor. It's his own statement.
What's that? What did you say?
The defense is eliciting the defendant's own prior statement.
Overruled. You can answer.
Yeah, I was just scared, so I just kind of just talked in circles and denied the whole thing.
What do you mean when you say you denied the whole thing?
Objection, Your Honor. We have a sidebar.
Mr. Kinard, as you sit here today, under oath testifying, is your testimony to this jury the truth?
Yes.
Nothing further, Judge.
Thank you.
I'm pretty good at not believing this now, so if you need it, I'll ask you for sure.
Okay, hold on for a moment, Zach.
Yes.
There's some noise out in the hallway that's distracting us. Court reporter. Yeah, could you ask them to move from behind that door? It's no.
Good morning, Mr. Kinard.
Good morning.
My name is Zach Newman. I'm with the Summit County Prosecutor's Office. We've been sitting across from each other this whole trial. Just wanted to start off, if there's any questions I ask you that you don't understand or you want me to rephrase, please let me know. I know sometimes I speak a little too fast. I've been told that by a court reporter, so just please let me know if you don't understand a question. So we want to make sure that we're understanding each other. Does that sound good?
Yes, it's fine.
And I'll do the same for you.
Okay.
Well, let's start first with some things I believe, can agree on. Would you agree that in the Summit County, you were in Summit County on March 17th, 2023 when this incident occurred?
Correct.
Driving on I-76 East in the town of Norton.
Rephrase that for me?
You were driving on I-76 East, which was passing through the town of Norton, the city of Norton.
Yes, correct.
And you would agree that you caused the death of George Jensen?
Correct.
I mean, you shot Mr. Jensen, and as a result of you shooting him, he died, right? I know you have another explanation, but it's true that you shot Mr. Jensen and killed him, correct?
Correct.
Are you not sure about that?
He said correct twice there.
Okay, thank you. Is it fair to say that in causing the death of Mr. Jensen, you used a firearm?
I was trying to defend myself. I wasn't trying to hurt anyone. I didn't know I wounded him. I was scared. I was trying to protect myself.
And I understand your claims of self-defense. I do, and we'll get to that. But all I'm asking is, on that date in question, it's fair to say that you used a firearm to kill Mr. Jensen.
I used the firearm to protect myself.
And in protecting yourself, you fired a firearm. You shot a gun.
Yes, to defend myself.
And you did that while driving, correct?
Yes, I was defending myself while I was driving.
So you're in the car, you're driving. Now, let's just agree to disagree, but you claim that it was in self-defense. But as to the facts of the case, you reached out your arm out of your vehicle and shot at Mr. Jensen, causing his death while driving.
I shot at his car. I wasn't just shot at his car. I panicked and I was in fear. I wasn't trying to harm anyone.
Now on direct. On direct testimony, I believe you had indicated that you shot, you believe, 3 times in your defense of yourself, correct?
I said I believe. It felt like I shot 3 times. I was just in a state of shock and I was scared. I don't really remember how many times I shot.
On direct testimony, you indicated that you believed you shot 3 times. Is that accurate?
Yeah, I said it felt like I shot 3 times.
And you've heard testimony that it's about 8. They found 8 shell casings. You shot at least 8 times, correct?
Correct.
And I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 22. Can you see what I'm pointing at? I feel like that's going to be hard. Maybe I can do it with my finger. How about that? You see where the pointer's at on your screen?
Yes.
That's one shot at the top of the Mazda, correct, in the rear?
Correct.
There's another shot above the back rear passenger door, correct?
Yes.
Another shot at the front of the back rear passenger door, is that correct?
Yes.
You see another bullet hole, 2 bullet holes right next to each other. Is that accurate, above the passenger door?
Yes, that's right.
Okay. You can correct me if I'm wrong, but it appears to me from the shots that you start in the back and move up towards where Mr. Jensen's driving. Is that accurate?
Can you rephrase that?
The bullets start from the back and proceed to the front. Is that accurate?
That's not correct. My first shot, like I said, I was scared, and when I came up and he was still pointing a black object at me, we were side by side and he was matching my speed. My first shots were the door, and I'm slowing down, so he swerves to the left, and the shots came from the front of the car.
Front of the car to the back.
Correct.
Okay. State's Exhibit 24. Do you see the 5 bullet holes in the car? As testified by Detective Connell? You see the 4 that are obvious, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and then there's the one in the chrome plating at the top. I can point it out to you.
You said this is States Exhibit 24?
That's correct, Your Honor.
Okay.
That one right there. You remember
Correct.
Detective Connell saying that those are 5 localized gunshot holes,
Yes.
bullet holes? Okay. You shot 8 times, a minimum of 8 times into Mr. Jensen's car. Is that accurate? According to that, it is.
Yes.
Is it fair to say that at least 5 of those bullets are directly pointed at the driver of the car?
Can you rephrase that?
Is it fair to say that in State's Exhibit .24, all of those bullets are aimed at the driver of the car?
I mean, I really don't know how to answer that. I just shooting under fear, just trying to protect myself. I didn't.
Okay. Sorry, keep going. I didn't mean to interrupt.
Yeah, I was just shooting at the car. I wasn't purposely trying to harm anyone or.
And you hit him twice, correct?
I
At
believe
least
so.
twice.
I believe so.
Now I know you have a defense. You're claiming self-defense. So let's assume that that's going to be your answer to my question, but I'm just asking about the facts of the case. Is it fair to say that you discharged a firearm while on a public highway?
Yes, to defend myself.
Is it fair to say that in firing your gun across a public roadway, you place individuals and property at risk of harm?
I really don't know how to answer that.
Do you think it was dangerous to shoot at a moving car on a highway?
I was just trying to defend myself.
So it's a yes or no. It's either dangerous to shoot on a highway driving at 65, 70 miles per hour with other cars nearby, or it's not.
I mean, my intentions was not to try to perform like a violent offense or anything like that. I was just trying to defend myself.
You still haven't answered the question though. My question is very simple. Do you believe shooting a firearm across a highway, driving 70 miles per hour, hitting a car with other individuals in traffic is dangerous behavior? Even if it's in self-defense, it's still dangerous. You're placing people at risk. Is that accurate?
Yes.
I mean, it's obviously dangerous because somebody died as a result, correct?
Judge, you've already been through this, he's answered this question, object.
Overall, you can answer. Can you repeat the question?
It's obviously dangerous because somebody died as a result of your actions, correct?
I mean, my life was in danger. I was just trying to protect myself.
So is that a no or a yes?
Yes.
So it's obviously dangerous.
Judge, I'm going to object. He's asking for.
I can move on, Your Honor, that's fine.
Yeah, please
He's asking
do.
for a legal
Been asked and answered.
No, I think we, in your testimony, let me get this on. I think in your direct, you had indicated that prior to reaching the 21 interchange, that you and Mr. Jensen had exhibited aggressive driving for about a mile. Is that accurate?
I would say like I'm not from down here, so it's hard to say, but it felt like a mile. It could have been in between a half a mile to a mile.
Okay. And driving at 60 to 65 miles per hour, that would be about 30 to 60 seconds, correct? A half a mile would be about.
My math is terrible.
So is mine. I agree. My math is very bad, but I think 60 miles per hour means that if you're driving 60 miles per hour, you would travel 1 mile in 1 minute. I can rephrase it, but how about this? Approximately how long do you think that interaction occurred between that half mile and mile?
I don't know. I don't know how to answer that. Sorry.
And then from the 21 interchange to when you started firing, do you know approximately how much distance that was or how much time that was?
No, I don't.
Was it a short distance?
Everything was just so sunny, and I was just scared. It just felt like a long time. It just felt like it was just going on forever. But I can't pinpoint like the exact time frame or how long everything went on.
Would it be fair to say, would you have any reason to dispute that it's approximately 1.5 to 2 miles between where the interaction started and where the firing occurred? Would you have any reason to dispute that based on the maps that we have?
Like I said, I'm not from here. Just passing through, so it's kind of hard to say.
Okay. You had stated on direct that you immediately got off the expressway after the shooting. Is that accurate?
Yes, I got off the first exit that I could.
And there's actually one exit before Barber Road. Are you aware of that? There's a Cleveland Maslin Road exit, and then there's a Barber Road exit.
No, I'm not aware of that. I was just in a state of shock still, so probably took a little second to register.
When you decided to get off, the first exit in your mind that you saw was the Barber Road exit. Is that accurate?
Yes, correct.
And you stated you did not call 911
No, I didn't.
because you were in a state of shock.
I didn't know what to do. I was just scared.
And you drove home. How long does it take to get from Norton to Columbus, approximately?
Approximately an hour, 40 minutes, I believe.
An hour and 40 minutes.
I believe so.
Once you'd driven for an hour and 40 minutes, did you call 911 to report a shooting or to tell what happened?
No, I did not.
Now, there was 2 weeks in between this incident and when the detectives came and talked to you. And in that 2-week time, did you call the police?
No, I did not.
You heard testimony first from Mr. Crocker, or one of the people you heard testimony from was Mr. Crocker, who I believe was the individual in the truck with the trailer who you were behind.
Mm-hmm.
Is it possible that you could have just stayed in the slow lane?
No, it wasn't possible.
Is that because Mr. Jensen was trying to run you off the road?
Yeah, I lost control of the car. The highway. There's no possible way to stay. I probably would have ran into the back of that trailer if I would have stayed in that lane.
You heard testimony from Mr. Davis as well, correct?
Correct. And
he actually saw at least some of the aggressive driving in Blue Mazda, Mr. Jensen, correct?
That's his testimony, yes.
He testified that he saw the Blue Mazda cut you off, is that correct?
Yes, that's what he said.
And this is prior to the 21 interchange, correct?
Prior to the 20.
I can pull out that map so we can, would that be helpful?
Yes.
Okay. And I think you had indicated with your attorney, and you correct me if I'm wrong, but that the interaction, or you noticed Mr. Jensen kind of around that general area. Is that accurate? Is that what you were pointing to?
Yes.
Okay. And is it fair to say that Mr. Davis had indicated prior to this Ohio 21 interchange, he had seen the same aggressive driving by Mr. Jensen? Is that accurate?
I don't remember exactly where he said he first seen.
Do you remember his testimony that stated that at the time you were behind the truck with the white trailer, you and Mr. Jensen had separated? Do you remember that testimony?
Yes.
He stated that you were in the slow lane, Mr. Jensen was either in the middle or the fast lane, and you guys were separated. Correct?
Yeah, I remember him saying that, yes.
And so my question is, could you not have stayed in that slow lane?
I was forced off the freeway. I was forced off the highway. I lost control of the car, and I kind of panicked. I just swerved off the side of the freeway to avoid a collision from running into the back of the white trailer.
Do you have any explanation for why Mr. Davis didn't see Mr. Jensen's car trying to run you off the road when you were behind with a white trailer or in front of the white trailer? Do you have any explanation for that?
It was rush hour. It was a lot of traffic out there. It was 5:30, so there was a lot of traffic. So I don't know how much of the incident he really seen.
Mr. Davis?
Yes.
So he just failed to see the part in which Mr. Jensen was running you off the road when you were behind the white truck.
Objection, he's asking for him to speculate.
Sustained.
You didn't hear any testimony from Mr. Davis indicating that Mr. Jensen was trying to run you off the road while you were in the slow lane after passing Ohio 21 interchange.
I don't know what he's seen. I just know what happened.
You had indicated, I believe, in your direct testimony that did you state May 31st, 2023, you talked to 2 detectives?
Yes, I did.
Okay, so that was 2 weeks after the incident.
Correct.
And you had time to deal with any shock or scared feelings you had on May 17th, correct?
I was still traumatized about the whole situation.
Were you scared at that time?
Yes, they were telling me that I was being charged with murder, so yes, I was very scared.
Okay. Is it fair to say that you weren't truthful in that interview?
Yes, I lied about the interview, talking in circles. I was scared and I didn't know what to say, so I lied.
Did the detectives give you an opportunity to explain your side of the story?
Yes, they gave me an opportunity. I denied the fact I wasn't honest.
And at that time, you hadn't seen the evidence that the state had, is that correct?
At that time, he was, telling me things. I was there, and my phone was there, and my car was there, and I didn't tell the truth. I denied the situation. I told him I wasn't there, and I wasn't honest.
Isn't it true to say that you kept asking Detective Connell and Detective Starling, what evidence do you have against me? How do you know my car was there? Tell me how you know my car was there. Is that a fair summary of your statement? And I have it if you want to refresh your memory.
I remember telling him, I just remember being dishonest. I was just denying the situation, talking in circles. I wasn't truthful. I was scared and I didn't know what to tell him.
And at that time, the state had not provided discovery to your attorney. You had not seen the evidence that the state had proving you were there at that time. Is that accurate?
At that time, they were just explaining to me that Kinard was there and my car was there, my phone was there, and I just denied everything.
But at that time, you had not seen the evidence from the state placing you at that location on May 17, 2023.
No.
You hadn't seen the cell phone records, correct?
Correct.
You hadn't seen the surveillance video of you getting out of the black Camaro going into the music store, correct?
Yes.
You had not seen it, correct?
Correct.
You had not seen the Fred Martin surveillance video showing your license plate. Is that accurate?
Correct.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Sure. Let me just ask the jury real quick, is everyone okay to remain seated throughout this cross-examination, or do you need a break? Who needs a break?
That's fine. Go for it. That's fine, Your Honor. That's a good time to break, I think.
Okay.
Yeah. Not much longer, but it's a good time.
Okay, well, it's 10:30, so they've been sitting for an hour and a half.
That's fine, Your Honor.
Please remember the admonition the court has previously given to you concerning your conduct. Please do not discuss this case between yourselves or with anyone else. This includes family, friends, or any media. You must not post or read anything about this case on social media, the internet, or any electronic devices, including cell phones. This would include blogs and social media sites such as Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, X, Snapchat, TikTok, and many others. Any such discussion, if discovered, could lead to a mistrial, and that would severely compromise the party's right to a fair trial. Please do not permit anyone to discuss this case with you or in your presence. Please do not form or express any opinion on this case until the case is finished and the matter is finally submitted to you for your deliberation. So we're going to be taking a 15-minute break. We're going to return into the courtroom at 10:11.
All right. Yeah, she said. Oh, okay, I'll find out. Okay.
Mr. Kinard, I believe that we stopped, I was handing you a copy of your interview, the transcripts. Is that still next to the microphone?
Yes.
Okay. I'm not going to go over the whole interview, but I just wanted to focus in on a few questions and answers that you had. So if you could just read the portion with your name next to it, that would be greatly appreciated. I'm going to draw your attention to page 16. You can, I think it's the top one, page 16. And I'll read Detective Connell's question, and you can tell me.
Are you marking this as an exhibit, this transcript?
Potentially, Your Honor.
Okay.
Do you have page 16 open?
Yes, I do.
Okay. I'm going to start with Detective Connell's question. Okay, do you own any firearms? What was your response?
Objection. Wait a second.
Mr. Kinard had already admitted during cross on several occasions that he was not truthful in that interview.
That's correct, Your Honor.
Okay.
And your answer to, okay, do you own any firearms? What was your answer?
I wasn't truthful. I lied. I told him no, I'm a felon. I have a felony.
Okay. And your answer to, do you have any firearms in your possession anywhere? What was your response?
I told him no. I wasn't honest.
Okay. Detective Connell says, okay, your response is, I can't even. And then what was your response to Detective Connell's question? In the past 2 weeks, have you been in any possession of any firearms? What was your response?
I lied. I was in denial. I told him no, no sir.
Now, the firearm that was used to kill Mr. Jensen on May 17th, 2023, where is it?
Well, after the shooting, a few days after the shooting, I put it in the gun lock on my gun box and placed it in the storage.
Okay. I'm going to draw your attention to page 23 of the transcript. Let me know when you've gotten to page 23.
Judge, can we approach?
Sure.
Mr. Kinard, are you on page 23?
Yes.
This line of questioning referenced your car being in Norton on May 17, 2023. And we'll focus in on this. What was your response to, you asked the question after Detective Connell said Akron on line 7. Akron, Norton, it's close to Akron. You asked the question, what's it have to do with me? Detective Connell responded, because your car was up there. What was your response to that statement?
My car with a question mark.
Detective Connell said, and what was your response to that?
My car would be me with a question mark.
Detective Connell said your car was up there. You had another question, correct? What was that?
I was just in the being in and out about the situation. Stated, what do you mean by that? Question mark.
Okay. And then you asked the question, when was the shooting? And Detective Connell clarified 2 Wednesdays ago. Can you turn to page 24? What was your response to the question about the shooting 2 Wednesdays ago?
I lied. I was not honest. I was there. I told the detective my car was not. It happened 2 weeks ago for sure.
Detective Connell even followed up, okay, and for sure you weren't in Akron 2 weeks ago or in Norton 2 weeks ago, and your answer was?
I lied. I told him no. I was there.
Could I have you turn to page 33 of the transcript? And in this statement, Detective Connell's asking you and giving you a chance, as you stated on cross, that you were given and direct, you were given an opportunity to explain what happened. Is that accurate by both detectives?
Correct.
They even went as far as to say, if you look at line 2 of page 33 of the transcript, but we know that you were up there 2 weeks ago. We know that you more or less got into a road rage incident with somebody else that cut you off. And your response was, And Detective Connell says, do you remember that? And what was your response to that?
I lied. I wasn't honest. I didn't know what to tell him.
But you did tell him no, sir, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And he followed up, you don't remember that? And what was your response again?
Same answer, no sir.
No, sir. You didn't tell him, hey, somebody was trying to run me off the road. I was in fear of my life. They had some object in their hand that I thought I was in danger. You never said that in your interview.
I didn't think he would believe me. They told me I'm being charged with murder. I didn't know I murdered someone. Just trying to shoot at somebody's car to repel them from a violent attack. I was just trying to protect myself. It wasn't my intention of driving, murdering somebody that day. I woke up and got out of bed. I was just trying to protect myself.
But your story, I mean, if believed, has some crazed driver trying to kill you, correct? You feared for your life, correct?
Yeah, I fell for my life.
Okay.
Right.
Mr. Jensen was going out of his way to what you thought kill you, run you off the side of the road. Is that accurate?
Yes, he was trying to harm me. My life was in danger, yes.
And Detective Connell and Detective Starling gave you multiple opportunities. They said they knew it was a road rage incident. They said they wanted to hear your version of events. And you did not tell them that at that time.
I was just scared. I didn't know what to do. I was not honest to them. Just didn't know what to do.
I'm going to draw your attention to page 43 of the transcript. Are you at page 43?
Yes.
In response on line 3 to Detective Connell giving you another opportunity to say what was going on in this road rage incident where you got cut off by some dude and he's brake checking you and doing all kinds of stuff. It would have pissed me off too. Your response was?
I was in denial about the situation. I denied the situation. Said, what incident are you talking about? Question mark.
Detective Connell then gave you another opportunity. That's what happened up there. Somebody cut you off. I'm not making this stuff up out of just pulling it out of a hat. What was your response to that?
Again, I denied the situation. Turned I didn't know what he was talking about, and asked me somebody got shot over road rage? Question mark.
In my car? Question mark. Somebody got shot
Yes.
over road rage in my car? Question mark.
Yes.
Detective Connell then says, was your car there, and what was your response?
I lied. I was not honest. My car was there, but I told him I don't think so.
And at that time, you did not know how much evidence they had placing your car there. Is that accurate?
At the time, I knew I was being charged with murder.
But you had not, as we stated previously, you had not seen the surveillance video of the Camaro, you had not seen the Fred Martin surveillance video, you had not seen the cell phone records, you had not seen your cell phone surveillance video getting out of the Camaro on May 17, 2023, correct?
Correct.
This is the last one, Your Honor. I'm going to have you draw your attention to page 46 of the transcript. Okay, are you there?
Yes.
All right, we're going to start with Detective Starling on line 4 of page 46. Well, I've been doing this a long time, and here's what I see happening. Some months from now, a year from now, whatever, some time from now, an attorney who is representing you will have an explanation for why you did what you did. And he's going to ask us, well, gosh, why didn't you ask Dacarrei why he did what he did? And we're going to say, we did ask him. He still wouldn't tell us. What was your response to that? And we get it. You were scared. You lied. But what was your actual response on that day?
I told him I just don't know what to tell you.
Detective Connell said, okay. And Detective Starling said, how did your car get to Norton? And once again, I know that you're going to admit to lying. I know that you were scared, according to your own testimony, according to you. But what was your response to that question? From 46 to page 47.
Again, talking in circles, being in denial. I told him, or I asked him, how do you know my car was in Norton? Question mark.
Detective Starling said again, I'm asking you that question, sir. How did your car get to Norton? And what was your response to that?
I asked him again, talking in circles, being in denial. Why do you feel my car was in Norton? Question mark.
Detective Starling then continues on page 47. Because we know it was in Norton. We don't feel like it was in Norton. We can't request a warrant for murder on somebody because we feel like something. We know your car was in Norton. What was your response to that?
I was in denial. I lied. I was not honest. I told him, I asked him, I'm getting charged with murder and I don't even know how to get to Norton. I don't know where it is.
Detectives, oh, sorry. Was there more you wanted to say? I apologize.
Yeah, I wasn't honest. I lied. I was there. I knew everything he was talking about.
Detective Starling says again, okay, you know how to get to Akron. If you're going from here to Akron, you've got to go through Norton. There. It's almost impossible to go around it, okay? So whether Norton was your intended destination or not, the incident occurred in Norton, which is where we work, okay? And that's why we're here, okay? We're just trying to give you an opportunity to tell us, hey, here's how my car got to Norton. And what was your response at the bottom of 47 leading into 48?
I'm confused. My car was never in Norton that I know of.
And as you stated over and over again, you lied in that interview.
Yes, I was not truthful.
And after reviewing all the evidence and talking to your attorney, we hear this story for the first time on the stand.
I don't know. I'm not asking you. Rephrase that one.
Yeah, that's fine. After talking to your attorney, after reviewing the evidence, the story we're hearing from you today is the first time that the police have heard that story, the first time the prosecutors have heard that story, the first time the public has heard this story, correct?
I don't know. I know I spoke with my attorneys the first visit and I explained to them my situation. I don't know if they have, spoke with anybody else about the situation.
Okay. No further questions, Your Honor.
Your Honor, we have no questions. Thank you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, this is your opportunity to ask Mr. Kinard a question. Please put it on a piece of the note. Notepad paper that's already been provided to you. If you don't have any questions, you can provide an empty sheet of note paper. Attorney speaking, we're at this place. As a result of your wonderful juror questions, the parties have asked me to tell you that they have stipulated that there was no firearm found in Mr. Jensen's vehicle. So the first question, what was the black object that Mr. Jensen was holding that made you want to protect yourself?
I can't really say. Just to me, it looked like a firearm. It was black, and he was pointing at me, and I couldn't. He was like, I couldn't tell. I just thought he was going to harm me. I thought he was going to shoot me, and just was scared. I don't know exactly what it was. It looked like a firearm, a black firearm to me.
Judge, I have no questions.
Okay, no questions. When you got off of the Barber Road exit, did you know at that point that Mr. Jensen was hit and or shot?
No, that was not my intention. I just thought I was shooting at his car to repel a violent attack. One of my intentions, I wasn't really just shooting out of fear. I didn't think I wounded him at all.
You knew you were involved in a shooting. Did you check the news at all for the result, or did it pop up anywhere on your social media platforms?
No, I'm from Columbus. We don't get news down here, and I didn't know exactly where I was at, so I didn't search or anything like that. So, no.
Any follow-up questions? Okay.
Yeah.
As a professional truck driver, are you trained or at least experienced in dealing with aggressive or unsafe drivers?
No.
Why did you carry a loaded gun in your car?
I'm from Columbus. It's very violent. My mother's house was broken into twice in 1 week, and I was trying to have something to protect myself and my family.
Any follow-ups?
No, no.
Why didn't you get off at 21 South or 21 North or just slow down?
Not really familiar with the highway, and I was just trying to get away from the guy. And he was threatening me and telling me to pull over and just trying to assault me with his car. I was trying to get away from him.
Any thoughts?
No, no.
76 Exhibit 6, which is the map that we had seen, where we kind of pointed to where the road rage occurred, correct? Do you remember that map? I can show it to you if you want.
Yes, please.
You want to see it?
Yeah.
You recognize State's Exhibit 6?
Yes.
Okay. And when I think on cross and direct, you had indicated the road rage or the aggressive driving road rage incident occurred kind of here. Oh my gosh. Yep. Here? Is that accurate? Kind of right there?
Correct.
Okay. And I think the juror's question is, right here is 21 North and 21 South. The question to them is, why did you not get off at this exit after the road rage had started?
Because the beginning, it wasn't as aggressive as it was until we, come up on the 3 lanes and he drives into the side, burn, and pulls next to me, and that's when I realized my life is in danger.
Follow up, Judge. Mr. Kinard,
Yes,
we've heard that this was approximately about a mile to mile and a half that this occurred in. Does that sound about right?
correct.
And I think you testified that you were going approximately 70, 75 miles an hour during the course of this?
Correct.
But how long did that take?
Can you rephrase that?
How long did it take for that mile to mile and a half occur?
It came pretty fast, we'll say.
If you had gotten off on 21 North or 21 South, would you have known where you were going?
Not at all, no. I'm not, no.
Okay. Nothing further, Judge.
It's true to say that you had your cell phone with you at the time, correct?
Can you guys say that one more time?
Sorry. You possessed a cell phone on May 17, 2023, is that accurate?
Yes,
And that cell phone has a GPS?
yes.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Kinard. Thank you, Mr. Kinard. Remember the admonition that the court gave you before? We're going to be taking our lunch break now. We will resume. I'm going to have to go over the jury instructions with the attorneys so that we can finalize them, so that all of you can get your own copy and you can read along with me. Closing arguments will take place when we get back. So I think 1:30 is reasonable for us to be able to finalize those jury instructions. So enjoy your nice long lunch. Thank you.
All right, please.
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
They're gonna be about 30 minutes, so if you guys want to get some break or something, that'll take the computer and show it to you.
take that corner I used and I'll keep everybody in the corner until we finish.
I was looking for that on plain view. Or I should mention this on plain view.
Everything else.
Thank you, sir. I'm sure they will. I'm sure so too. Yeah.
Okay, awesome. I think you guys don't do anything with the chief. I'll use the guy with the order just to prove that we're on track. Okay, all right, awesome. Hey, thank you so much. I appreciate it. Okay.
Yeah, they just had a reversible. That's for them. Huh? It's just.
Which is good and bad, I'm sure. Yeah, it's interesting.
Yeah. Unfortunately. So like if this arm, we can crank this and that out and like that for a while. Beverly only knows. But yeah, you just have wrong.
No, it just, we had to change language of that all counting and coverage. So.
How many does he have?
Yeah, a little bit.
I'm not sure if she
appeals? Yeah, yeah, you heard how many appeals, yeah. I stopped doing appeals around here. I just did the deadlines.
I was just, that is what it was. I was just, because I've never been out here.
You keeping the federal? Or you? See, I don't. I did for a long time, but then, you know, sometimes if there's a really big issue and like I really fought hard for the level, then I will. But if it's just like, okay, very down, you know, you got everything, you're very down. I'm like, I'm not staying on that. But it's hard to keep those deadlines.
6:30 is much better than the this right this week.
To write your brief.
You got the first continuous to write.
Okay.
And you can have for second continuous. Yes, the third and third and the papers. So we said the point of the minutes.
Oh, good. And that's fixed. That doesn't matter what, how much evidence there is or how big of the transcript.
they're gonna start
Dacarrei doesn't include the voluntary manslaughter charge.
Because he's not charged with it.
Okay. I can't do tomorrow. Yeah. You can go get the jury. Okay, that's fine.
Instructions are supposed to be finished next door. That is still on.
I know, but it's gonna take them
Oh, I see.
an hour to do that posting.
Oh, it's closing. We, to do our, rest. We didn't rest.
Oh, that's right.
That's for sure.
She's in there. So before the jury comes in, okay.
So here, back on the record of 2023-06-1989, and I believe that the defense is going to rest, is that correct?
That's correct, Judge. And we would renew our Rule 29 motion right now at this time, in light most favorable to the state. Introducing the new evidence, no reasonable juror can conclude that he did meet these charges, asking you to consider the new jury instructions of self-defense and non-voluntary manslaughter.
And I have. And your motion is.
All rise, please.
Thank you, everyone. You may be seated.
And thanks to the jurors for being patient. It took quite a bit longer to finalize the jury instructions to you. And so now we're going to proceed to closing.
It might be easier if I use one of your. If I leave it on, I have that hot microphone with the. All right.
No one needs a hot mic here.
Right.
Can you take out session and out session?
We've had some technical difficulties too, which has extended our time to bring you back in. We thought that we had it resolved.
It was fine the second. It was,
I know, but they didn't have sound.
all right.
Do they now?
Screen's not right.
Let's try it again.
Press PC. PC. Presentation. Exactly. There we go. We're good.
Your screen's not. Oh, it's right. Speaking of that.
Hello?
Erica? Try again, good.
Erica, can you hear me?
No, we have no sound.
Please continue to be patient with us.
We can. Zoom. You're on the right side. That's what I said. Yeah, okay.
Erica, can you hear me now?
Yeah, can we approach sidebar?
Sure, might as well. Can't do much else. Do you want to talk in here? Do you want to
Please
talk
talk right
out
here.
Okay.
We're just proposing the jury can hear us. Who can?
I'm not sure, but why don't you find out from Carolyn? There might be spectators or family members or something in the virtual room.
Some people need to hear.
I know, I agree. We just need to get the show on the
Yeah,
road,
it's like
right?
this one, but this thing is here. Zoom stuff falls up here.
We did not get to pick our technology.
Yeah.
The county did it for us. This was an experiment.
Yeah.
They had never done it before. We were the first court that they did it in, and it's been nothing but a compliment.
Yeah.
Like 13 people. What?
You can get it out on paper.
It was on TV.
There are 13 people in the viewing room.
I can definitely get into
Why don't you do that?
Let me talk to Mr.
Well, I know they should be here, but if they're, I appreciate that. Really, I do, but it's just who I am. I tried to treat the lawyers the way I would have liked to be treated when I was a lawyer, because I was a lawyer for 15 years. Okay, we're okay?
Don't update it.
Okay. Why don't we begin?
Hey. Ladies and gentlemen, it's been a long ride the last few days. Tough sledding, to say. My name is Greg. You've seen me as actor throughout the trial. I'm one of the prosecutors on this case, and I'm going to give you some closing remarks. It's not going to take a lot of time, because most of the facts of this case aren't really in dispute. I will assure you that during the time you've been waiting, we have been working. You're going to get these jury instructions, and they're really long. And so, because of the nature of the case and some of the defenses, it took us a bit of time to tighten them up for you and take out any typos. All right. That being said, what I think is unique about this case is that it's a situation we can all relate to on some level. We've all, I think, always drive the highway. Probably most of us have been caught up in some sort of a traffic situation where we certainly yelled at someone from our car, made a hand gesture, beeped the horn, something like that. And, you know, but what happened here is taken to a whole new level of reaction. And I guess what I would start off by saying is when any of us is confronted by an aggressive driver, we have a few options. We can honk our horn, we can slow down and back off, we can yell at that person, we can flip them off, we can make an obscene hand gesture. Those are some legitimate options. They may not be polite options, but they're legitimate options for us to take in that situation. If we are confronted by an aggressive driver and we happen to have a loaded firearm with us, our options are the same. You can honk your horn, slow down and back off, yell at them, flip them off. Shooting a person, shooting their car up 8 times, shooting them in the back is not a legitimate option in these situations. And while it is now legal for us to carry loaded firearms in our cars, it's maybe not a good option to have a loaded firearm beside you or under your seat if you have a short fuse. If you are easily angered, if you go from 1 to 10 really fast, if you are that person who gets really annoyed at other drivers and you have a temper, might be the best option not to be carrying a loaded gun in your vehicle, because you may react in a way that brings you into a courtroom one day. The charges, the defendant, first charge is murder. He purposely killed George Jensen. He shot 8 times at that car, many of them at the same level where George Jensen was sitting. He used a deadly weapon, that gun. If you're firing it that many times at someone, your intent is to kill. That's not to harm. That's not to blow out a tire. He is shooting it directly into that vehicle where George Jensen is located. He had a purpose to kill him. He also had an intent to cause him serious physical harm, or cause him harm with that gun. The charge of felonious assault is that the defendant fired a gun at a moving vehicle. He did at least 8 shots, and he hurt the person he was shooting at. That's a charge of felonious assault. If you find that the defendant did commit a felonious assault, and that felonious assault caused George Jensen's death, then he's guilty of what we call felony murder, okay? The first count of murder is purpose. I had a specific intent. My intent is to kill this person I'm shooting at. The second charge of murder is I was knowingly shooting at someone with a deadly weapon and I caused that person's death. That's the second count of murder, okay? The fourth charge is discharging a firearm on a prohibited area. There's a law that we can't shoot guns across highways, across the roadway. And Mr. Kinard violated that law when he pulled out the gun, shot out his window across the highway. All of these, the first three counts, the murder, the felonious assault, and the second count of murder, have what we call firearm specifications, which means if you find that the defendant purposely killed George Jensen, if you find that he knowingly tried to harm him and cause his death, you will decide whether he used a firearm, which is obviously the weapon in this case. And if you find that he used that firearm, you'll also decide whether this was a drive-by shooting. You're not allowed to, there's specific laws about shooting a gun out of a car and at a moving target. And those are the main charges in this case. And for the most part, those aren't contested. I mean, you heard the defense testimony. He wouldn't really admit that he did these, but that's what he did. So what's really left for you to decide, ladies and gentlemen, is whether the defendant was justified in his actions. The defense of self-defense is available to him. We are allowed to defend ourselves when we are put in a situation of grave danger, where we don't have any other choice but to kill the person, to harm the person who we legitimately believe is going to do us grave bodily harm. The law gives you 5 factors to consider on whether someone's claim of self-defense is legitimate, whether it will carry the day, is an excuse or a justification for his behavior. The state only has to prove one of the factors. I want to make sure that's clear to you. Only one. The 5 factors are: 1, the defendant was not at fault for creating the situation. 2, the defendant wasn't reasonable in his belief he was in immediate danger of death or great bodily harm. The defendant had an honest belief he was in immediate danger of death or great bodily harm. He violated a duty to retreat, or his defense or his use of force was unreasonable. Unfortunately, I don't write these laws in these instructions, and there's maybe what you call double negatives if you learn in your grammar classes. But the gist of this is you're looking at the reasonableness of Mr. Kinard's behavior when you break it all down. And what the state believes, the state contends, is that the defendant fails on 3 out of 5 of these factors. Not only 1, 3 of them. We can agree, based on the evidence you heard, that he may not have instigated the situation that brought about the confrontation. Now, keep in mind, there were lots of people on the highway that day. Only a few of them came forward and told you what limited information they have. And on the flip side of that, you have the defendant's version of what happened. That's all you have to go on as to who started this, how it began. But we will, for the sake of argument, say, okay, Mr. Jensen, he was engaged in some aggressive driving techniques. We see it on the video, so we'll accept that. So we'll say the defendant wasn't at fault in creating the situation. But did he have a reasonable belief that he was in immediate danger of death or great bodily harm? Some things you might want to look at. His car wasn't damaged. I don't know how many of you, at least I watched growing up, those old detective shows, or, you know, when people are being chased along the curvy mountainside in California and someone's, you know, pushing someone off the road and you know, that didn't happen here. The cars are not damaged from any of this vehicle confrontation. No one was bumped, no one was pushed, no one was rear-ended. So, Mr. Kinard's belief that he was in immediate danger of death or great bodily harm isn't reasonable considering all the factors all the evidence brought forward to you in this case. The second factor that we would believe that he fails on is that he didn't have an honest belief that he was in immediate danger of death or great bodily harm. It's about the same thing, but you're looking at it from more of a subjective point of view. I mean, if you're sitting in his position in that car, did he believe he was about to die? And if you listen to the testimony of the witnesses and the physical evidence, that clearly is not the case. And then lastly, was his force unreasonable? And we would say this is where the defendant absolutely fails to claim self-defense. His decision to shoot into the back of Mr. Jensen's car and then shoot it along the side and kill this man was greatly disproportionate to the apparent danger at that moment. There was no damage to his car. You have independent witnesses stating that he drove around to get to Mr. Jensen. And another way of looking at how unreasonable his actions were, there were other people on the road. You saw the one photo where the bullet went through the front window of George's car. Anyone could have been hurt, killed, pile up. And that tells you that his actions were unreasonable. That whatever was going on, he believed that it was necessary to kill George Jensen and to risk the lives of anyone else who was on that highway. Doug Crocker could have been killed, Steve Swinehart could have been injured, anyone else. And that tells you how unreasonable his belief was, that he was in an imminent danger of great bodily harm at the moment. He pulled out that gun and shot up that car. The defendant is the one who added a firearm to the situation. And I think it's a key point in that, ask yourselves, do you really think that Mr. Kinard was going to die in that moment? Do you really think he needed to use a gun? And had he not used a gun, what would have happened? Mr. Jensen had gone along his way, he would have gone along his way, and that would be the end of it. Mr. Kinard amped up the situation. He added the firearm. He added the weapon that could cross a highway and kill someone. There's no evidence that George Jensen did anything except engage in some really crappy driving behavior that would annoy, tick off, anger anyone. The defendant's actions in this case were utterly unreasonable and grossly disproportionate to the threat that he faced at that time. You will have to ask yourselves, in this situation, any one of us, a reasonable person, were faced with this situation, would we pull out a gun and blast someone else's car? I mean, are we living in the mythical Wild West where people think they can just pull out a gun and do whatever when someone angers them? We would agree that on that day, Mr. Kinard probably didn't set out to kill anyone. But he was carrying a loaded gun in his car, and he was quick to use it when he was faced with a difficult situation that almost all of us may face at any given moment in our lives. And instead of de-escalating it, he escalated it. And he killed a man because of it. And so based on that, ladies and gentlemen, we will ask that you do find him guilty of all these charges. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Rhonda. I'm one of the attorneys representing Dacarrei. The state described Mr. Jensen's driving as annoying, crappy driving. It was way more than that on that day. That's an absolute minimization of his driving. On May 17th, 2023, Dacarrei was going about his day when he encountered George Jensen. Jensen made the choice that day to drive dangerously, aggressively, with road rage, and his target became Dacarrei. Jensen at one point was behind Dacarrei, passes him on the shoulder, pulls in front of him, and brake checks him. And what does it mean to brake check? Going about approximately 65 to 72 miles an hour, on the highway, George Jensen slams on his brakes, using his vehicle as a weapon, so Dacarrei could potentially to get into an accident and potentially be injured or die himself. Not just one time, but multiple times. You heard that Dacarrei tried to get away from Jensen. You heard that from the witnesses. And each time that Dacarrei would pull away, Jensen merged in front of him. That's not annoying, that is not annoying, crappy driving. That is serious, dangerous road rage. Jensen was not going to stop. You heard Dacarrei say, he wouldn't let me go. Jensen chased Dacarrei across the freeway from the far lane to the edge, to the slow lane. You heard Dacarrei say he lost control of his vehicle and went on to the merge lane. Even one time, you heard from one of the witnesses who said at one time, Dacarrei swung over into the center lane and almost hit him because he saw Jensen cutting him off. That's how dangerous he was driving that day. It wasn't annoying. Annoying is someone driving fast in a slow lane. This was beyond annoying. He was not going to stop. Donald Davis slowed his vehicle and moved to the far right lane. He sensed danger ahead and he moved all the way away from the vehicles. He saw Jensen continue to brake check Dacarrei, and Dacarrei tried to get away, but each time he was cut off. Multiple times brake checking. That's not annoying. That's life-threatening, using your vehicle as a weapon. You heard Dacarrei tell you that Jensen chased him across I-76. He said he was pissed. That's what he said. I tried to get away, but he kept pursuing me. Each time Jensen cuts him off, using his car as a dangerous weapon. At some point, Dacarrei's forced to pull into the slow lane. He says he almost hits the trailer, and then comes around the merge lane. And at that point, he's boxed in, or pinned in was his word. Car in front of him, you saw in the video, there's about 2 cars in front of him, and then the truck and the trailers behind. He looks over to his left, and there's Jensen. And what did Dacarrei tell you he was doing? Clapping his hands, laughing, like he was enjoying himself, like he was enjoying this. And Dacarrei saw something in his hand. At that point, it wasn't going to stop. It seemed like a long time. Dacarrei said he was pissed at first. Now he's scared for his life. He's boxed in. Jensen's clapping. Who claps? Claps, points, laughs, and he's scared for his life. He's boxed in. He has nowhere to go at this point. He was pointing a black object at me, and I was scared for my life. The case has always been about self-defense. Dacarrei acted in self-defense. He told you he didn't murder anyone. The state didn't prove any of the factors beyond a reasonable doubt. The judge is going to give you the instructions in a moment, and we agree. You're going to see there's 5 factors, and the state must prove one of those factors. So we agree that well, we say none of them were proved, but there's 5 factors. Was Dacarrei at fault in creating the situation giving rise to the shooting? Absolutely not. The state's not even disputing that. George Jensen started it. George Jensen was continuing it. He was not going to stop. Brake checked him multiple times, cut him off multiple times, and we don't have this captured on camera, but somehow the cars get all the way from the fast lane to the slow lane. Jensen's in the center lane. Dacarrei told you what happened. He wouldn't let me go. He pursued me on the freeway. The second factor. You can actually put the second and the third factors together. He did not have reasonable grounds to believe he was imminent danger, or did not have an honest belief, even if mistaken, that he was in imminent or immediate danger of death or great bodily harm. Court's going to give you instructions to tell you that you're allowed to put yourself into his place. Driving on the freeway on that day, minding his own business, and immediately gets brake checked several times. Driving at a high rate of speed, vehicle slams on his brakes in front of him, trying to cause an accident. That's not annoying driving. That is dangerous. That is dangerous, life-threatening. And then every time Dacarrei would try to pull away, Jensen's vehicle cut him off. He was not stopping. You saw that on the video. You heard that. From the initial encounter with Jensen on that day, Dacarrei had reasonable grounds or an honest belief that he was in imminent danger. From that first brake check, actually from when Jensen pulled up behind him and Dacarrei saw him flipping him off and then came around the shoulder, pulled in front of him and brake checked him. You heard the witnesses that day who said he was being brake checked. He was being cut off. In this, the fourth prong, or the fourth factor, did Dacarrei did he violate a duty to retreat or escape? State agrees that he was in a place he was allowed to be. He was on a highway in his own car. He had no duty to retreat. And reasonable force. The court's going to give you an instruction as well. What is reasonable force? Person is allowed to use force that is reasonably necessary under the circumstances to protect himself from apparent danger. So think about this. What's reasonably necessary? Jensen was not going to stop. He was not going to stop. He continued with his road rage, dangerous, aggressive driving, and Dacarrei was boxed in. Dacarrei told you that at some point he thought Jensen was coming into his vehicle, and when he looked over, he was laughing, pointing, and had an object in his hands. He feared for his life, and he reacted. You heard him testify. The state beat him up and asked him a lot of questions. You didn't call 911, and you lied. He was under no obligation to talk to police. He didn't have to talk to police. Have he done things differently? Probably. but he was under no obligation to talk to the police or to any law enforcement at that time. He told you over and over, I didn't murder anybody. He told the police he didn't murder anybody. He was shooting the car. He was trying to get away from the situation. He was defending himself from this horrible situation. So what is beyond a reasonable doubt? I know we talked about that a little bit when we first talked to you during jury selection. State must prove beyond a reasonable doubt that he did not act in self-defense. Beyond a reasonable doubt, we agreed, was firmly convinced. So it's not probably, it's not maybe, it's higher than that. Firmly convinced, like we had talked about earlier, is a belief so firm that you would act on that. Buying a house, purchasing a vehicle, getting married. If you're thinking probably, that's not beyond a reasonable doubt. If you're not firmly convinced, then you must say not guilty, that he acted in self-defense. State must prove beyond a reasonable doubt one of those elements, that he did not act in self-defense. But I'm telling you, he did act in self-defense. He defended himself in a dangerous road rage situation caused by Mr. Jensen. At the end of the day, we ask that you find he acted in self-defense and return a verdict of not guilty. Thank you, everyone.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I'm not going to belabor the points back and forth. You guys have all heard the testimony, you've heard the witnesses, you'll have a copy of the exhibits, you'll have a copy of the videos. You'll be able to review those, look at the maps, compare those maps, compare those photos to the witness's testimony, including the defendant. You are the individuals that determine credibility. However, I would just like to focus you in on the credibility and some of the factors and issues that I want you to focus in on for the witnesses that testified on that stand. Mr. Davis was the individual that kind of saw the start of the aggressive driving by the victim and saw it culminate in the shooting. Mr. Davis is what we consider an independent witness. He has nothing to gain from his testimony. He has nothing to lose from his testimony. He provided a statement to police shortly after the date of the incident. And Mr. Davis was honest with you guys. He did not minimize the victim's driving on that day. He readily admitted that he saw him cut him off, that he saw some brake checking. We're not disputing that. What we would dispute is the defendant's version of events. Mr. Davis, after seeing that brake checking, moved into the slow lane and obviously was watching these two cars closely. And what Mr. Davis told you guys on direct and crossing, he was very consistent, is that the black Camaro went into the slow lane behind the truck with the trailer and was separated and behind the blue Mazda. He then testified that he watched the black Camaro track down the blue Mazda. He watched the black Camaro go into the merge lane, go into the shoulder, pass in front of the truck and trailer, which was Mr. Crocker, and immediately start shooting at the blue Mazda. He did not mention, nor did Mr. Crocker, nor did Mr. Swinehart, nor did the defendant until today, that Mr. Jensen not only brake checked him, but then attempted to run him off the side of the road in public in front of a bunch of drivers and pulverize him into the median or into the guardrail. Not one person provided a statement to that effect besides the defendant today. And the defendant is what we consider not an independent witness. Until the defendant saw the evidence against him, until the defendant saw that without a doubt the state and the detectives could prove that he was in that black Camaro with his license plate, with the surveillance video from 3 locations, with his cell phone records, he said, "Wasn't me. I don't have a firearm, did not go up north. I have no idea how my car was up there." Now think about reason and common sense. Take what the defendant told you to heart and put yourself in his shoes. You are driving down the highway and some lunatic tries to run you off of the side of the road. So much so that you go into the shoulder, merge into the right lane, and he continues to attempt to cause you serious bodily harm, continues to attempt to run you off the side of the road. And you have no other option but to pull out a firearm and save your life. Think about if that happened to you. What would you do? You might be traumatized, you might be shocked. You might go home and talk to your mom. You might go home and talk to your family. You might call 911 right away. But you would call the police. You would call to make sure everything was okay. You would call to report because you would assume that there's a bunch of witnesses that would corroborate your statement. They would have seen some crazy man trying to run you off the side of the road. Reason and common sense. Mr. Kinard did not do that. And there's no witnesses to corroborate his new version of events. And once you see the defendant's statements for what they are, self-serving statements based on the evidence, his only way out, once you discredit those statements and look to the independent witnesses, the independent evidence, you will find that not only did the state prove count 1 of murder, count 2 of murder, count 3 felonious assault, and the shooting across a public highway, but you will find that the state proved beyond a reasonable doubt, as Prosecutor Peacock brought up, the defendant did not have reasonable grounds to believe that he was in imminent or immediate danger of death or great bodily harm. That he did not use reasonable force. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'll be giving you a copy of the jury instructions. However, I just noticed that there's an error on one of the verdict forms. So I think what I'm going to do, we're going to correct this problem, and I'm going to then charge you tomorrow morning at 8:30. So if all of you can be back in court at 8 o'clock, I will be reading the jury instructions to you, and then you can start your deliberations. But we'll be starting right at 8:30. I have a criminal call that starts at 9, so I'm going to be getting through this as soon as I can so that you can start your deliberations. I want to remind you of the recess instructions. Please remember the admonition the court has previously given to you concerning your conduct. Please do not discuss this case among yourselves or with anyone else. This includes family, friends, and the media. You must not post or read anything about this case on social media, internet, or any electronic devices, including cell phones. This will include blogs and social media sites such as Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, X, Snapchat, TikTok, and any others. Any such discussion at discovered could lead to a mistrial, and that would severely compromise the party's right to a fair trial. Please do not permit anyone to discuss this case with you or in your presence. Please do not form or express any opinion on this case until the case is finished and until the matter is finally submitted to you for your deliberation. Thank you. We'll see you tomorrow.
All right, please.
If you'll keep in the court back in the jury room at 8 o'clock so that we can get started right at 8:30.
I want to come here?
It's up to you.
I need to talk to the lawyers back here, please. There is a problem with the verdict forms.
Oh, sorry, I put them up here in case anybody wants to grab them. So I checked them all, they are in numerical order. This one goes down for you.
Head out. See you in the morning.
I told him I told him to text him.
Yeah, you know how to do that.